Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 33 allies. We're going up against 18 enemies. And we are off. Helpful Onions in first place. JR is in second. Mavin is in third. And we're done. We've won. JR 926 is in first place, 8 kill, 3 assist. Gator Paws is in second place, 3 kill, 2 assist. And Helpful Onion is in third, 3 kills. We've got fairies, we've got paladins, we've got nobody claiming those. So, JR 926 gets dusted. Mrs. Hides gets pals. Hey, Decaneser, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? And we move on to the Super Extreme Boss. Okay, that's different. And what will I be putting down? Oh, I need to clear that quest. I need Armored Assist. Ugh. I'll put a Centurion down and see what happens. Alrighty, you get a shoal. And we're going to move on here. Alrighty, half an hour. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. It's past 8 a.m. Time for me to visit the shop, actually, and clear the quest. 2 days to do 12? 12, 24. Ugh, I probably can't do the last one. Oh well. Alrighty, time to visit the shop where Monk get purchased. I'm above 20k. I got a refresh. I'm above 25. I get a refresh. I'm above 30. And I'm no longer above 35, so that is that. Half an hour to see how this turns out. Happy New Year, quite late. We're quite busy. Indeed. Wait, what sounds scary? Alrighty, on the viewer side, where archers get purchased, I am above 50k. I get a refresh. I'm above 55. I am above 60. And I'm still above 65. Wait, I think I miscounted somewhere. Oh well, too bad. Alrighty. That is that. Alrighty, so the Kineser. Alrighty, Decaneser, you have been added to the list. With fairies. Now, for the next 7 days, so long as you're in the battle and fairies are available, you will be getting them. If somebody else claims fairies too, I will be rotating to them. Anytime that I notice you in the chat, I will be resetting the clock. You will know I've done so because I will greet you and I will say your clock has been reset. If I don't do that, poke me. And today, being Tuesday, it is read and corrects. For those who are not used to this is when I read chapters from my books and I correct them as I go. I do record these, so while it is happening, I will be ignoring the chat. And should a chapter run long, I will delay the streamer to battle until it's done. To keep that from happening, I will start now by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. Where's my cursor? There's my cursor. I will, you have to, yeah, not an issue. I will start the recording and see you on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 62 of The Captain's Heart. The structure Jeremy looked at through the window impressed him. Looked at through the window impressed him. Looked at through the window impressed him on the level of how practical it looked. But do all Kelsarian stations look like this? Look like that? Praetiros snorted. This is a Federation one. Ours are much better. Aren't we inside your territory? Yes, Turek said. But at the borders like this, the Federation established and runs them. Most are Eosef's design, extremely practical without a sense of aesthetic. The Kersosteran have a few, but they are mostly administrative station. They are more pleasing to look at than this. This isn't bad, Jeremy protested, just kind of plain. The spinning ring implied spin gravity, although it might no longer use that. His engineering history class had a long chapter on centrifugal forces as the source of gravity before the invention of gravity projectors. Many of the stations built during that era still spun, since it was simpler to maintain that than retrofit the entire gravity system. Part of what made it plain to his eyes was the lack of colors. Everything was a brown that could be the material used or coating to protect against micro impact, or just because Reosefs liked the color. He hadn't studied any of the Federation species. Feels like there's an extra space here. No. Any of the Federation species, even if he hadn't had much to do since losing his job. This is your captain. Gargaran's voice came over the room's intercom. We are about to dock with Satura Station. We will stay for 8 days. Civilians, along with the crew that aren't on duty, have freedom to come and go as they please. Please remember to scan your bracelet on exit and entry. For those who don't know Federalese, please ensure you remain with people who do. While the Federation does its best to accommodate all species, the shops and attractions are manned by people, and they might not have learned our language. Have a good time, everyone. None of you are going to get in trouble over this, right? I'm still on 4th shift, Turek said, so I have a full one before I'm expected in engineering. You'd already approved my days of rest. Praetiros said. You are lucky. Another of the technicians said. The engineer glowered the entire time he read over my reasons for having the day. And we do not get in trouble. A woman said snidely, one of Turek's friend. If trouble shows up, we will bring an end to it. Others around them, including his friend, nodded. There was a sense of fighting competence about them that made him think they shared Turek's second job. Are 2 sessions to learn Federalese really enough? He asked. It took 6 for me to learn Kelsarian, to learn the complexity of our language. Praetiros said. Federalese is easy compared to a naturally evolved tongue. Just don't try to have technical conversation. Turek said, it's simple because it has nothing of that aspect. The shudder was fainter than Jeremy expected, considering how close they were to the airlock and the docking clamps. If you want to talk shop with the technicians from another species, Praetiros said, you are better off learning their language. How does exiting work? You heard the captain. Just scan your bracelets so they can keep track of who's on the station, a man said, another of Turek's friend. The 7 of them had introduced themselves, but considering the length of their name and Jeremy's inability to pronounce them, he hadn't put much effort into remembering them. It also ensures we don't leave anyone behind. Unless they deserve it, another added. How does anyone deserve to be left behind? He asked, worried about accidentally offending someone to the point the ship would leave him behind. To the point they'd do that to him. By breaking Federation law so badly, they can't be handed back to us for prosecution. That's the word I was looking for. Prosecution? Prosecution. You're going. English language and its particularities. By breaking the Federation law so badly, they can't be handed back to us for prosecution, Turk said. Not something that happens by accident. A sign over a door turned blue, then the hiss of a heavy door. Um, a sign over the airlock turned blue, then the hiss of heavy doors opening sounded. Dozens of doors like this were in the process of opening. Turek had explained. A ship like the Bane, although it was a traveler at this station, connected to at multiple points along the dock to prevent clogging. At Einstein, he'd added, they'd only open one because they weren't allowed to board and because it made for a more secure access. The animosity had implied possible aggressiveness they didn't have to worry about here. The catwalk from the ship to the station had windows through which he saw three other passages with Cassarians walking through them. The outside's plainness was carried through the inside of the station. It reminded Jeremy of the docks where the ship had docked at Einstein, except here it was crowded with people, cargo, wished through other accesses. I'm meeting Shangri markets, one of Turek's friends said. Who's with me? Some agreed, others mentioned other places they intended to go. When Turek looked at Jeremy, he shrugged. Without knowing what kind of place that market was, he had no opinion, so they went along. The market turned out to be somewhere on the the market turned out to be somewhere on the station. That's kind of obvious. Deeper within the station. Turned out to be deeper within the station. Jeremy had lost the sense of where anything was in the process of the first lift. When it had turned and gravity had shifted, and there had been three more, along with a decent amount of walking. Ryosef practicality, it turned out, had no use for conventions of up and down when they had access to gravity technology. The market was narrower than the promenade, but more crowded with people yelling about what they sold to everyone that walked by in more than federalese. It seems that every square centimeter that wasn't a shop was occupied by someone selling something. It added to the chaos of so many species and so many people. He recognized Kersoteran because they, too, were furred, although they wore more clothing, so it wasn't as apparent. Their heads made him think of large dogs, or possibly bears, and brought to mind Korek's comment about how every species could resemble an animal from his planet, or an insect. The redouche made him shudder and step away. All carapace, body in 3 segments with 6 legs and 6 arms, and a triangular face he couldn't place as any insect he'd seen before, but that screamed danger to him. Their speech came from a box attached to the body, and other than harnesses to hold the item, they wore no clothing Jeremy could identify as such. The Tahornians he'd seen images of before, and the most striking thing about the 3 individuals he saw was that nearly everyone kept away from them as much as the crowded space allowed. Don't get close to them, a woman said before pulling him back with the group. With the group. Thieves, the lot of them. There were other species, shapes and height, and they all mashed into a sense of alienness like he hadn't thought he could experience. So he focused on the shopping. Trinkets and tools and food he was advised against trying. There was no telling how vendor food would affect him, since Earthers weren't a species it had to be tested against. There were tools and adornments and clothing. With so many species, so many different needs, all kind of clothing could be found, which included shirts and pants and jackets that looked so much like human fashion. Jimmy had to ask, and he was told that it was. Well, it wasn't illegal for someone to print them, and as a species that wasn't part of the Federation, there was an exoticness to human that would appeal to others, as Jeremy had experienced firsthand. He bought himself a few sets with basic prints filed for each. He had no skill in printing with clothing files, but one of the clothiers on the ship should be able to work with them. Purchases were sent directly to the ship, so they continued unencumbered. Jeremy was the first to indicate he needed a break, and they made their way to a station eatery. It reminded Jeremy of those on the ship in that the room was large, much larger even, and busy with people, all kind of species. Even other groups of Kelsarians he could tell weren't from the ship because they had a rougher look to them. A difference was that they had to order their food, then go pick it up when the table informed them it was ready. The options included foods of every species, printed and prepared by cooks. He was surprised everyone at this table chose printed food, but they explained they didn't feel like waiting. The cooks would only start preparing their meal when they placed the order, unlike the ship's eatery, where there was always something ready to snag. He ordered Kelsarian food, and the meal was jovial. The stories told confirmed that those with Turks were also hunters, and that they'd seen combat a few times. There was ribbing about his friend receiving special treatment from their beta, but Turk shrugged it off when Jeremy asked. He put aside concerns his friend might be cheating on his mate and focused on the food and company. The discussion had turned into them asking Jeremy about humans and what Earth was like and their culture, and when a ruckus... Oh, wait a minute. The discussion had turned to them asking Jeremy about humans and what Earth was like and their culture when a ruckus erupted further into the room. A table was on its side. Rough-looking Kelsarians were standing, and one, gray-furred and fidgeting, was backing. There was something immediately familiar about the man, his body language. He's in trouble. Jeremy stood before the other protested, then he ignored them. Xenial, what's going on? He called and immediately realized he'd used the man's short name and had spoken in English. The quartermaster looked over his shoulder, was surprised, and grinned, then turned slightly serious and faced the Kelsarian at the lead of the group. Mom, really? He said. Do you have to embarrass me in front of my friend? Jimmy decided there was no way he'd understood the exchange properly, especially when he didn't understand the reply at all. Look, he said in Federalese, I'm sure... Go away, she ordered. This doesn't concern you. I think that you threatening my ship's quartermaster does concern me. Aren't we friends anymore? Genial asked in English, then smirked. Jimmy couldn't tell if it was at his shocked expression or the outrage on the other Kelsarians. In the other Kelsarian. Are you on those things' ship? Well, you left me to die, Mom. I wasn't going to quibble over who got me out of that dung heap. I left you to learn to respect me. You were gone when I returned. Disappointed not to find my corpse? She snorted. Like Xenia Han would ever let you out of his bed. Unlike you, he knows how to treat me. She raised a hand. That's enough, Drake said, standing behind Jeremy. Go sniff somewhere else, she told them and the others. We don't let the Halan harass one of ours, someone else said. Or anyone, another added. Yours? She demanded, while the Kelsarian, with her, looked eager for what was about to come. Kelsarians plural. Where's my cursor? There's the cursor. Come back here. Oh, I'm sorry, Mom. I never said the ship who picked me up was an Earther one. We just happened to have an Earther among the crew. I'll have you notice he used a shortened version of my name. You might have missed it on account of his pronunciation being a little off. Really? Jimmy asked. I don't think that's doing the situation any good. It's doing exactly what I wanted to. He replied in English, which only angered her further. You will rue the day I gave you birth. Hunters! Turk snapped, and Jimmy heard the people stand at attention. We are hunters, they recited at one. We die so others live. Half the opposition took a step back, but they all looked concerned, except for the quartermaster's mother. She was pissed. Consider the situation carefully, Turk said, before engaging with us. See, Mom? I've made the right kind of friends. And that concludes chapter 62 of The Captain's Heart. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream's Story. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. All right, so that. Here. The third is here. Sorry about that. No, wait. Click the wrong button. Oh well. I suppose having done this, I could start the battle early. Yeah, why not? Battle! Station, everyone. Battle station. We have 43 allies. We're going up against 30 some enemies. Sigma's in first place, JR's in second. Decanizer, wait, Mrs. Hyde is in second place, JR's in third. Sigma maintains the first. And I've killed an epic. The boss kills another. Oh no, I killed the other boss. I'm not on the board. That doesn't bode well for getting assists. Oh well. Sigma's in first place. Mrs. Hyde is in second. Gator Paws is in third. And yep, no assist on my part. Sigma OS is in first place with 16 assists. Mrs. Hyde is in second place, 3 kill, 10 assists, and Gator Paws is in third, 12 kills. We've got monks, we've got Lego heads, we've got nobody claiming those. So, Mavin Maverick gets monked, Catacrack gets Legos. And we move on to the between event stuff. So the goal is to speed through this, get as many of the bosses as we can. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So yeah, gonna be like that. So we start with an easy battle. On the way to the boss. You know what? Let's try the arcs there, see if I'll get a bit more on the way of assist for that. I guess they'll work better if there's melee in the battle, but meh. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. And I will start the next chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. Confirming I'm on the correct screen, I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 63 of The Captain's Heart. Gargaron looked at the males standing on the other side of his desk. He'd smile at Jeremy's attempt to match the two hunters' stillness, if not for the bruise that was becoming visible around his heart's high. The casual posture of the quartermaster was expected, even if his vest and pants were ripped almost to the point he was nude. At least he wasn't He stopped the thought before Xenila Aran could hear it and encourage his namesake. What happened? He demanded, and was surprised when Jeremy was the one to react by raising his hand. An Earther custom? He looked at the hunter, but Turok Selminial only glanced to his left. Letting Jeremy take charge. He'd have to make sure he was reminded hunters protected civilians, not the reverse. Yes, Jeremy? A bunch of people were asking the quartermaster. I tried to defuse the situation, but I don't speak Elserian, and she really didn't seem to like that, or me. She is mother, I think. Calgren stared at the quartermaster. You went and antagonized your mother after what she did to you? I didn't know my family was there. You're telling me their ship isn't listed on the dock manifest? I didn't know they'd be at that eatery. There are a lot of them on the station. Senila Haran had meddled somewhere in there. The problem was where and how much. Did Gargan believe that God would arrange for the quartermaster to run into his mother? If so, why? It was more believable he'd arrange for Jeremy and the people he was with to be there so they could pull Xenial Hertalan out of the mess he'd made for himself. And why did you approach her? I didn't. A cousin noticed me, pointed me out, and she approached me. And why did you get involved, Jeremy? Are you saying you'd rather I've left him? Are you saying you'd rather I left? No, there's no have here. Are you saying you'd rather I left him there for them to beat him up? Gargaran stared, trying to understand how Jeremy had gotten that from his question. The answer to it was there. But the answer to it was there. If you were worried about his safety, you should have told one of the hunters. I didn't know things would escalate into a fight. I was mainly going there so he wouldn't be alone, but then I heard what she said, and I wasn't going to let her talk to him like that. He looked at Turek Salminial. And how did this devolve into fighting? I went to support Jeremy, Alpha. The others followed. We made it clear the quartermaster was one of ours, and who we were. I advised them to stand down. They didn't. You clearly have never dealt with my family, the quartermaster said, and Gagaran glared at him. And why didn't you simply take Jeremy and the quartermaster and leave? The hunter's ears folded back. You are a hunter, Turek Salminial. You know better than to let your emotion. He stared at Jeremy's again raised hand. I threw the first punch. Why? Try as he might, he couldn't fathom why his heart would strike a Kelsarian he didn't know, even in a tense situation like this. His heart glanced at the quartermaster. I'm not repeating what my mother said about him. Jeremy sighed. I can't repeat it word for word because I don't have the English equivalent for everything, but she basically called you an incapable grass muncher who couldn't even get his dick hard to shove it into a pile of shit. Me specifically? That would mean the Tahalan knew about his involvement in rescuing the quartermaster. Our captain, Trixelminial said. Yeah, Jerry replied, glaring at the hunter. My heart. All right. He couldn't be angry at a civilian for losing their temper. The report he'd received from the station made it clear that once the fighting started, his hunters had fought to leave and that the Halan had pursued until station security had gotten involved. So, other than letting things reach that point before intervening, they had performed their duties. Jeremy, Xenial Her Tahalan, as civilian, the station has made your punishment my responsibility. He locked gaze with the quartermaster. Without evidence of you actively engineering the situation, you are a victim. But the station expects all parties involved to be reprimanded. You are not to leave the ship. If you do, if station security finds you there, you will be arrested and you will be responsible for the fees to be released once the Bane is ready to depart. I'm sorry, Jeremy, but this applies to you too. Disturbing the peace on a Federation-governed station is not something they take lightly. Jeremy wasn't happy, but he nodded. You can go. The quartermaster placed a data chip on the desk. You don't have to worry about me trying something. I already got what I went there for. He pushed the chip in Gagaran's direction. I think that's what's on there will be useful for what you've been sniffing around, Alpha Hunter. Gagaran nodded in acknowledgement, but otherwise ignored it. He had something else to deal with. He considered the Hunter and Beta. Under normal circumstances, this should be handled by his Beta, as he'd send the other hunters too, but the Senecal de Sirar was only there because Thurjar der Nikarin was sleeping. And this wasn't exactly about how the hunter had performed his duty. Beta, I will handle this and send a report to the hunters, Beta. Thank you for making yourself available. Yes, Alpha. Turek, this hid his worry well, but not perfectly. He kept looking at the hunter well after the Beta's departure, and the discomfort smelled stronger. You do not answer to my heart, Hunter. Yes, Alpha. Explain to me why you were behind him and not in front. The hunter opened his mouth and closed it. I can't, Alpha, he finally said, ears folding back. Can't or won't? Can't, he said confidently. All I can say is that I felt it was my place to stand, Alpha. A hunter stands between our people and our enemies. Yes, Alpha. And you felt your place was behind him? Yes, Alpha. No hesitation, no thinking it over. However, he'd come to that conclusion when he couldn't explain, he trusted it. A good hunter trusted their instinct, but one that left a civilian in danger? You know I can't let this go unpunished. Yes, Alpha. You know how annoying your willingness to receive punishment is? Yes, Alpha. The hunter frowned. No, Alpha, I don't. Gagaran sighed. Stand down, Turek Salminial. Be a technician and just talk to me. Explain why you let Jeremy stand before danger like that. He's your friend, so I know this wasn't you being careless. The transition didn't seem easy, but then again, even as a technician, Gagaran still greatly outranked him. He couldn't tell him to be a civilian without implying reproach, so he'd have to hope this was enough. I didn't intend to stand behind him. I didn't react as quickly as I should have, Captain. He left before I could explain. They were all Tahalan, even the quartermaster, and then I was surprised, and by the time I reached him, he was arguing with her, standing up to her, and to get between them felt like I'd be robbing him of his fight, of his victory. I apologize, Captain. It's the best I can give you. It just felt like my place was as his support, not his protector. You can't let this happen again. Jeremy doesn't have training. He's a civilian, no matter how much of the warrior he might have in him. Yes, Captain. You're confined to the ship. I'll be letting your beta know to go over procedures with you again. You can't forget your role, Hunter. No matter what happens, you must stand between our people and our enemies. Yes, Alpha. You're dismissed. Now, he looked at the chip. He partitioned the system, then inserted it. The only information on it was a set of coordinates. Of course, the quartermaster wouldn't make his life easy. Even if it hadn't been delivered to his office immediately, Gagarin doubted he'd have done anything to it. Here's a cent, the mail would have said, and you're working out what it means. He input it, and a point appeared in space. He brought up information about that sector. A handful of stars, no habitable planet, no claimed rocks, a nothing point in the vastness of space that he wouldn't have paid attention to. But the quartermaster had said this related to the sense he was following. In relation to that, to the routes the missing ship had filed, that point happened to be located where they were closest. Still weeks of travels across, but this was something worth looking into. He had come established communication with Tahir Alir's Talon to arrange an exchange of territory, so he could investigate this. Gagarin barely noticed his heart, as far back into the seat as he was. The smell of coffee made him approach and see the ball he'd pulled himself into. Jer? I'm fine, he replied. In that tone Gagarin already knew contradicted the words. Before he could ask, the door buzzed. Go see who it is, Jimmy said. I'm not going anywhere, literally, he added in a mutter. Tom and Berlin stood on the other side of the door. Desireen and Myrtel and us are going to the station. How about you come and get out of this place and be a civilian for a while? He poked his head in and looked around. Your heart can come too, if he's off shift. No, I can't, came the reply. Why not? Tom asked. Because someone confined me to the ship. Why would you do that? Tom asked, but Jeremy replied, because I stood up to a bully that was harassing one of ours. Tom pushed his way past Gargaran, then crouched before the seat. Has he seen a medic? That doesn't look good. I'm fine, Jeremy said, although this time he was mildly annoyed. Someone's elbow in the commotion. He'll be gone in a week or two. Garan joined them. I explained the situation, Jer. Stations can't allow disruption like fights to happen. And let me guess, Jeremy said, in a tone turning dark again. That bunch of asshole got what? Slapped on the wrist? I might have thrown the first punch, but they started it. Are you talking about the Tahalan? Berlin said from the door. She was looking at her tablet. They, the quartermaster's family, came across him there. The quartermaster's family came across him here, Gagaran said, unwilling to add accidentally. They were forced to leave the station, she said, and had to pay for disconnecting ahead of their planned departure. She looked up. That's no slap. Pirates don't have the finances we do. I guess they're going to have to attack more ships to make up what this cost them, Tom said. Great. Now I'm responsible for causing piracy. No, Jer. The Tahalan will not will let no one but the gods rule their fate. That is the reason they live away from everyone. Actually, well, to me, it's kind of clear this would be Kral. No, Jer, Gregoron said. The Tahalan will let no one but the gods rule their fate. That is the reason they live away from everyone. They chose to break from the pack that is our society. What they have to do because of it falls on their shoulders. Tom squeezed Jeremy's knee. Sucks that you can't come, but there are going to be other stations, better ones even, Cassarian ones. He smiled. We can show you all the best places then. You'll see, there's way better fun to be had. You and the others go, Gregran said. No, Jimmy said, finding to exit the seat. Look, I'm being an ass and bringing down the mood. Knowing they didn't just walk away from this unscathed makes my punishment not as harsh. You go and have fun. Jer, I can stay. If nothing else, I can go I can go another day. Go! I'll keep myself busy at my drafting table. Maybe check in on Toruk, he grinned. Make sure you didn't punish him too hard? No harder than he needed. He searched his heart's face. Are you certain? Yes. You go have fun with your friends. I'll have fun with mine if I get bored. All right. I'll see you when I get back. And this concludes chapter 63 of The Captain's Heart. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read the story, it's available on Ream Story. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Let's drink before I dry out. Cool. uh, It's 25th. Hey, Colo. Welcome to the stream. What are you up to today? Messing with people, me included. Oh, I'm easy to mess with. Totally original new name. Cool. Hey. Changing things up is always good. You live rent free in someone's head, someone's brain. Hey, you don't want to live in mine. Trust me about that. Sentence is true. It is not my alt, it's your main. Well, I hope they enjoy the company. The voices, they don't stop. Well, now you know why I write. Also, screen okay. Should be. I may have screwed stuff up, but should be okay. Does something look wrong on your side? I mean, everything looks okay on mine. No text. Oh, that's because today is read and comment. Read and correct. So I put up the image in preparation for the next segment. Oh. And if you mean at the bottom, the scroll, the chat scroll, that's because I record that. I record that for YouTube. So I, while I do these, I don't have the chat. You don't see the white square with the squiggles in it. Well, that's okay. If all you get out of them are squiggles, you're not missing much. You're watching in 160. Yeah, I do that myself sometimes. Especially if I'm more interested in what they're saying than what's on the screen. Hey, Akla, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? For better resolution, you have to go grab a bucket of internet. Oh, well, that happens. Doing fine until you looked at the site and now you're sus as whoever this totally not colo out is. Ah, well. There they go. Inserting themselves to live in somebody else's head rent free. By the way, Akla, yesterday you were asking about stoic characters on the gaming channel, and I realized I do have an actual stoic character. Tristan is extremely stoic as a character. He does not show emotions. He is extremely controlled. More the one in the science fiction series than in Monster and Bad Men. But yeah, like that is such a character right there. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 39 allies. We're going up against 11 enemies. Gator Paw starts us in the lead. Sigma's in second. Tigris was in third. JR's there now. And we're done. Yeah, I think I need to be more strategic if I want to finish that quest. Gator Paws is in first place, 2 kills, 7 assists. Sigma OS is in second place, 8 assists. Caboni is in third, 5 assists. We've got gold and no captain. We've got rogues that no one is currently claiming. So, Lysandra Winburn gets robbed. Cat Lady and Sigma OS get gold. And we move on to another easy battle on the way to the boss. Really? Actually, let's check something real quick. Oh, we are good for another one. So, yeah, let's put you. Let's give you a soul. And put you on here, and we'll see what happens. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Never too late to occur at Amazon. Amazon works just as well as anywhere else for me. I'm not difficult. Alrighty, and I will start another chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I'm starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. If you want to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 64 of The Captain's Heart. Jeremy stopped himself before he tapped the office's door control and reminded, stopped. Before he tapped the office's door control, he reminded himself this wasn't his anymore. He tapped the button to announce himself instead of the one to open it. To open it. When there was no response, he tapped it again. The guy couldn't be ignoring him, could he? Greg Wren had said he'd received the last of the language session the day before, so he hadn't announced the day before. So he hadn't announced he'd drop by. It wasn't like he wouldn't be able to pause what he was working on for the duration of the short talk. Jeremy Bradshaw, a technician, called from the bottom of the stairs. The engineer isn't working now. He's here on the second shift. Thanks. Right. It wasn't because he'd been here, he'd been there. When Jeremy was starting his shift that time, that it was the man's usual one. He had just left medical, so he would have been in a hurry to see what had been done. He headed to his quarters, find out where the men lived, and no, he wasn't having this conversation in the other man's quarters, and he wasn't inviting him to his. This was work, so he was going to have it in engineering. The main issue was he usually slept through the second shift. He and Gregoran went to bed a couple of hours before it and slept until a couple after. A nice thing about a 28-hour day was that sleeping in could be the norm. He'd have to stay up late, so he wanted a nap to ensure he was at his best for the discussion. This time he tapped the button to announce himself without hesitation. He'd waited 2 hours after the start of the shift to give the man the time he needed to deal with the important stuff. The display flashed blue, letting him know he'd been acknowledged and could enter. The color blue for go had taken some getting used to. The guy was still typing. When it looked like he wouldn't stop, Jimmy cleared his throat. He wasn't going to be ignored. He glanced. Yes, yeah, he said in English. You don't have to speak English. I understand. Get on with it. I'm busy. You really going to just pay half attention? How are you going to fix this if you don't think I'm worth the time? The man stared at the screen before slowly lifting his hands off the keyboard and turning to face Jeremy. Fix what? Fix this thing of you threatening to have me thrown in jail for being here. How about we start there? You don't belong here. I have as much right to be here as you, Jeremy snapped. I fixed this damn thing, so don't give me lip about not belonging here. The guy stood and held onto the chair. Repair? Is that what you call the mess you've made of my reactor? I worked with what I had to, okay? Maybe if you use standardization instead of trying to make the components into art pieces, I wouldn't have had to improvise as much. Do not judge how I work, Arthur. You haven't heard the right. Then you listen. I fixed the whole thing. So, yeah, I have the right to comment on what that is. I've also built 6 of them over my career. So don't come telling me I'm not qualified. How many have you made, huh? Get out. You weren't kicking me out. I've heard the right. Get out, the girl snarled. Kral said you wanted to talk, but all I'm hearing is you demanding. I'm not your subordinate. Get out of my engineering. Should not be capitalized. Before I get a hunter to remove you. How the fuck could the guy be that unreasonable? Fine, he snapped and laughed. He told Gralgaran how he tried. He might not be able to get involved, but he wouldn't be able to put this on to him. He'd gone there just to ask what he'd have to do for a chance to work in engineering, and he did. He slowed his step. All he wanted was to ask for a chance. But what had he done? He'd asked they fix things, and then rebuked. And when rebuked, he'd snapped. Fuck! He ignored the look and turned around. Like a proper sleep? Was that the reason for his loss of cool? Or was it just an excuse? The man's tone, Jimmy had taken for granted he wouldn't be busy when he should have called ahead. Arranged for a time that worked for both. Once the guy saw how he worked, he'd have to acknowledge his qualifications, and then he'd see he was better with Jeremy in a higher position. He ignored the technicians as he climbed the stairs. He hesitated, then tapped the announce button. When the acknowledgement didn't come, he looked for a camera. There had to be one. He hadn't bothered checking since Turek had been the only one to visit, and he knocked. He tapped the button again and suppressed the annoyance. If he was being ignored, he'd earned it this time. Engineer, he called, raising his voice to account for how much of the sound he knew the door blocked, and hoped the Kelsian's wider hearing range would also help. I am sorry for how I spoke to you. I would like a chance to explain what I'm hoping to accomplish with a proper discussion. How long do you wait before what? Barging in? Giving up? Neither sat well with him. He hadn't given up everything just to... The door opened. He stepped in. The man was back in his seat, arm crossed and glaring. I'm sorry, Trim began. I didn't mean to interrupt your work when... Which you're doing again? He ground his teeth to keep from replying. He was in the wrong here, not the engineer. I want to work in engineering. I want to show you that I know what I'm doing. If you let me, I can... What? The eyes narrowed, the ears folded, and what Jimmy had learned to recognize as Kelsarians getting ready for a fight. That you can do what, Jeremy Bradshaw? Show me just how much better your work is than anyone down there, better than mine? You haven't... He closed his mouth. Wasn't anything like what he was asking for, was it? He let out a breath. Okay, you're right. Part of me wants to show you just how good I am, and yes, that part thinks that once you've seen that, you'll give me my own lab and that I'll be able to design parts and to improve things. That's not how we do things. I know! He barely kept from throwing his hand up, but he knew the annoyance had made it through. More breathing. I just want to work. Why? Because I don't have anything else to do. You have your heart. What more do you need? Oh, I don't know. Something I value for myself. Something I know I had a hand in keeping running or making happen instead of having some of God arrange it for me. Arrange for me. Arrange it. The guy considered him. If I allow you to work here, you will be a technician. You will do a technician's work. That's fine. The eyes narrowed again. You do not get to tell one of them how to work. You do not get to argue over the assignments. Jeremy nodded. More consideration. We leave the station in 2 days. Be here the day after, second shift. I can't. I glare. Of course, he'd pick the worst shift. I'll be there. Then you are dismissed. He walked past the bedroom and headed for his drafting table. He needed to spend his energy on something constructive instead of envisioning all the ways he could murder that guy. He wasn't entirely to blame. Jimmy could admit that. He'd caused as much of attention as the other guy, but second shift? How was he going to tell Galgeron? How were they going to arrange sleep if they didn't work at the same time? He brought up the weight machine design and set about integrating the circuits that would govern weight settings. The arms wrapped around his stomach and the nose pressed against his neck. Why aren't you in bed? Vern said, slurred slightly. Too worked up after talking to that friend of yours. The nimbling chased the descriptive out of his mind, which was probably for the best. Come to bed. Won't be able to sleep until I've spent this energy. Growl. The hand closing over his cock turned the rest into a squeal. I know how to tire you out. Jeremy chuckled and attempted to extricate himself. Are you even awake enough to perform? Al asked Danny Rag's help. He suckled on Jeremy's earlobe and his legs wobbled. You should sleep. He tried again. You have work. I have you. Gargan whispered, I want you. The stroking hand left no doubt as to what his heart wanted. And wouldn't that be a more pleasurable way to spend the time? I don't want to get up, Jeremy mumbled into Gargan's mane and tightened his hold on him. We don't have to. His heart said, I'm going to miss this. Gargan turned and faced him. Miss what? This, sleeping with you, holding you. Why would this go away? Because that friend of your... Actually, you know what? Nah. Of your... Yeah. I think that's going to work better italicized in this case. Because that friend of yours set me to work on second shift, which means I'm going to be working when you sleep and you'll work when I do. Doesn't have to be like that. Jimmy started. Oh, he made it pretty clear it did. I'm a technician. I don't have a say in what happens. Gregran chuckled. You do. Give it a few days and you can put in a request. You should have calmed down enough that unless there's a shortage, you'll approve it. But that isn't what I mean. I can change which shift I work. Won't that cause problems? What do you think being the captain means, Jeremy? You get to tell everyone what to do. You have to deal with whatever goes wrong. You're also the alpha, which means you have to be ready for fights. And those wait for me to be on shift to happen. Most of the time I deal with administrative work, and that can be done anytime. The most I'll have to do is assign a beta as the contact for the shift, so there is someone to make the judgment call if the situation needs me awake. I don't want to be a bother, Growl. You are not a bother, Chair. You are my heart. I want to spend my nights with you. to fall asleep holding you, wake up with you holding me, to nuzzle you, to lick you, a hand closed on Jeremy's ass. Fuck you. Jeremy laughed. You don't need us on the same shift for that. The hand tightened and Gagaran growled softly. Oh, uh, you might right now. You don't need us on the, okay, what? Oh, you mean. Oh, you mean right now. The Kelsaran pushed Jeremy onto his back and moved between his legs. Never a better time than now. Yeah, I'm probably going to I'll have to figure out how to make that happen, but not right now. Alrighty, and this concludes chapter 64 of The Captain's Heart. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Atoll Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 46 allies. We're going up against 10 enemies. And Sigma starts us in the lead. Gator Paws is in second. Keithster is in third. Tigris takes over second. Gator's Paws is in third. Keithster takes over second. I'm not really doing any good, am I? No, 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 no. Oh well. Sigma OS is in first place with 17 assists. Keister is in second place, 3 kills. That Dog Tigris and Gator Paws are tied third place, 2 kills each. We've got Lancers, Vampires, and Archers, and nobody claiming them. So, Bluebeard gets shot. Lisandra Winburn gets bitten, and Gator Paws gets lanced. And we move on to an easy battle on the way to the boss. And if I go here and there, actually, there, here we go. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. And I will start on another chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. Confirming I'm on the correct screen, I have the correct image up. I'm starting the recording and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 15 of Stepping Wild. I need to talk to Rigel. Tip's call to his patrol partner over the wagon, then urges horse forward without waiting for a reply. There was a point of life essence ahead, focusing on it. There was also metal, but most likely a traveler on horseback. Whoops. Graydon narrowed his eyes at him as they passed each other, and Tibbs rolled his shoulder to show the exercises had given him full motion. He might have recuperated too fast by the continued suspicion on the guard chief's face, but there was only so much playing at not being fully healed till Tibbs could endure. Tybarg, the leader greeted him from his wagon bench. Here to let me know you want to scout ahead? No. Tibbs chose casual over offended. How are we for time? Did we make up what the storm cost us? All in all, the damage the bad weather had caused the caravan had cost them nearly all in all, the damage the bad weather had caused the caravan had caused them nearly 4 days of travel. Rigel peered ahead. Unless your gut says we're going to have trouble, we should reach the next village under 2 weeks. Are we passing it by? He asked instead of acknowledging the comment. No. With a little extra time we've been riding every day and as peaceful a trip as you've made this one be, we'll make everything up before we reach Brokentia. Whatever your plans are there, you won't be late. Tibbs had no plan for that city. It didn't have a dungeon, but it had a university. But its university meant you'd want to take the time until the caravan left, looking through its book for anything worth staying there longer. A university's book collection wasn't always as broad as a library, and the merchants who were familiar with Brokentia hadn't been able to tell him much about the university's interest. So it'll be a full day in Iritel as well as the other village between. Traveler incoming, a guard yelled, hand shielding her eyes. Fast! Tibbs shifted his attention, and she was right. The rudder traveled closer than he'd expected, but he could barely make out the raised dust in the distance. What is it? Graydon asked, joining them. I can't tell, she said, looking in the distance, but at that speed it could be trouble. Not from the rider. Stop the caravan, Graydon yelled. Gray! Rachel sighed as the orders was picked up by the other guards. We were barely making up the time. And what'll happen to your abyss schedule if we ride into an ambush? Tibbs pushed his sense as far as it would go, but couldn't sense anyone else. Focusing on the rider again, he determined that trickle of life essence wouldn't kill him, but that he wasn't faking the injury they'd see. I can barely see the dust. It can't be anything large. Love, the chief said through gritted teeth, if you want to put yourself in charge of the guards, you have my blessing to then tell everyone what to do. He locked arms with the other man. Until then, you put your safety in my hands. Your schedule can go far. Graydon! Rachel cut him off, offended. I will not have that. You use that kind of language outside our tent. The chief shook his head, and Tibbs couldn't tell if he was annoyed or amused. The comment had attracted attention, but Tibbs hoped there would be no details. He enjoyed banter between people who were special to each other, but only so long as they kept what happened in the privacy of their tent out of it. It was a reminder of the good part of bantering among his old friends. The raised dust became visible to everyone, and was small enough they agreed it was a few riders at most. Then they made out the form of the lone rider, horse and rider, and they picked this time to slow to a trot. Tibbs sensed beyond them a recent injury meant trouble, but there were no mass of people or even hints of life other than the animals. With a breath, he pushed his sense further still. There had to be something, and lone bandits would have pursued the rider. It had to be a group for them not to pursue an attack of opportunity, not enough to gain for the energy a chase would expend. He stopped when the headache became too much, and still hadn't sensed anything out of the ordinary. He applied a purity etching, but as usual, it did little to help with these types of headaches. Graydon took Michel with him, and they met the rider well away. They spoke, then escorted him. Tibbs could now tell Tibbs could now tell to the caravan. The man was short and lean, in lightweight leathers for travel more than protection. The satchels attached to the horse were heavy leather with good metal locks. Not something that would keep a skilled thief out, but the work needed would give time for people to notice. A courier. The kind people who couldn't afford to pay the messengers guild used. The messengers catered to nobles and merchants, those with queens and a need to have the deliveries happen quickly. They had deals with the transportation platforms and charged accordingly. Couriers traveled by the best method affordable to them. They couldn't assure when a package would reach its destination, or that it even would. Traveling alone allowed for speed, but meant falling victims to bandit tended to be fatal. This man had managed to escape such fate. The horse had a few healed cuts, but all superficial. The bandits had to have been on foot and without archers. They weren't above sacrificing the value of a living horse, since feeding them was often more important. Bandits, Graydon told Rigel when they were within conversation range. Michel was keeping the courier upright on his saddle, careful of the broken arm. Tibbs couldn't sense exhaustion, but he could see it on the man's face. 2 days ahead, no more than 3. He doesn't know how many there could be. 3 blocked the road, the rider said, eyes unfocused and not completely steady. Racer rode through. The tallest hit me with a club, then we were through and I didn't stop. The injury's real, Michel said, and even exhausted, the rider looked at her in disbelief. Tibbs' sense had meant he never had to deal with tricks bandit used to get close to caravans, but he'd heard stories, people seeking shelter for the night, only to turn and slaughter the guards in the darkness. It was a recurring one. I'll see to him, Sarnito said, stepping to the horse. Graydon wasn't pleased, but nodded. We aren't stopping, Rachel stated. 3 means lookouts, Graydon countered, which means there's a camp near them. Doesn't matter if it's a dozen, twice that, or half. They attack the caravan and people get hurt. That's 2 days on a courier's horse at full gallop, Ryger said. That it's almost foaming at the mouth, so he barely stopped long enough to piss and keep it from killing it. And to keep from killing it. I say 5 days before we're close enough for them to see us. Are you telling me you don't trust the people you've hired to deal with them by the time we're 2 days away? Did he just tell Gray to leave him unprotected? Jeremy whispered next to Jeremy. I thought they were special to each other. Tibbs ignored the young man. I'm going to have to take half the guards, Ridge. If something happens while we're dealing with them, where are more bandits coming from? Coming from, Gray? The sky? If there was anyone between us and them, this poor man wouldn't have made it here to warn us. And half of the people you pick is plenty to deal with whatever happens to us while you're away. Ridge, Graydon threatened. It's final, Gray. So you might as well get your people and start readying them to deal with us. Graydon's reply was grumbled, and only the unflattering tone carried, but Rigel smiled. All right, the chief called. I need enough horses stepped forward that the sound of hooves covered what he said. Tibbs was among them. He wished he'd known this was coming so he could deal with it without anyone aware there had been danger, but with fewer guards of the caravan his absence would be noticed even in the night, and he'd need at least half a day to cross the distance. Among Graydon's forces there would be a night when they were close enough he could run there, deal with the camp, and return before they'd set out in the morning. He'd leave them to come up with how the camp had been decimated before they reached it. Graydon walked before them, sending some back. Many of them were the better veterans they had. He would make sure there were enough guards with experience with the caravan. I'm going, Jeremy stated when Graydon slowed by him and Tibbs. The chief snorted, shook his head in annoyance, and started up again. He wondered if the man was looking to get rid of Jeremy this way. You're going to get yourself killed, kid, Harmstill said. The older guard had enough scars that, in places, his tan skin was nothing more than pink masses of flesh. I know how to fight. It's not going to be a fight, the man replied. Fights are fair. Both sides stop when it's too much. This is going to be a massacre. If you aren't willing to kill, you aren't surviving what you volunteered for. Jeremy looked about to be sick, but then straightened and smiled at Tibbs. Tibbs hated he was the reason for Jeremy's brave face. He had no idea why the young man was determined to impress him, but he couldn't control what he did. The only positive thing about it was that there would be no battle to test Jeremy's mental, because if there was, Tibbs didn't think he'd survive. Jeremy rubbed his temple. He'd been pushing too far too often for the purity etching to do anything anymore. But he'd finally sensed something after the day's hard riding, and with the sun approaching the horizon, this was a good time to deal with it. He hurried to the front. I'm going to scout ahead, he announced. Stop! Graydon ordered. Abyss, don't make me chase you, Tyborg. Reluctantly, Tibbs brought his horse to a stop, then turned around. What do you think you're going to find this far from them? The chief demanded. And don't bring that gut of yours into this. I'm not Rig. But don't! Tibbs closed his mouth, trying to come up with a reason. We're riding until the sun touches the horizon, then we're setting camp. As soon as the sky lights in the morning, we're riding off. Once the sun's 2 finger high, then we'll be close enough you can see me about being on the scouting teams. They were closer than Graydon expected, but Tibbs couldn't tell him that. Either the courier had lost track of time or he had encountered the lookouts expecting travelers in the opposite direction. They might have lookouts hidden even this far to send words to caravans on. I told you, no. Do you think the only way I became chief is because I bed Rigel? Tip snapped his mouth shut. I don't know what your thing is, Tyborg. If you think this is all nothing, all this is nothing. Yeah. All this is nothing more than a bard's song, or if all this scouting you do is about looking to die on your own. What I know is that you aren't the reason this trip's been quiet. They happen. Riggs just he likes you, and your constant scouting plays into how he likes to see reasons in everything that happens. Take it from someone who's been where you are. There's nothing out there you want to deal with on your own. You want a team with you. The larger, the better. And since you don't seem to have the common sense to accept that, I'm going to see to it you don't throw your life into the abyss. Tibbs nodded. If he couldn't get great and indirect approval, he'd act without it. Stepping out as soon as full dark happened would be simple. With air to help, he should be able to reach the camp, deal with the bandits, and return before they set out. If not, well, Rigel said they were 2 weeks away from a village. Tibbs could hide there, and you, Grid and Snap, pulling Tibbs out of his planning, are going to stick by him like your life depends on it. And trust me, it does. You let Tyborg out of your sight, I will skin you alive. Is that clear? Yes, sir, it is. Jimmy's excitement bubbled through his attempt at professionalism. I don't look. Graydon cut him off. I know you think that you can handle anything the world throws at you. That's how we are when we're young. We run off, have an adventure or two, come back and tell grand stories over ale to anyone who'll listen. I told you, I've been where you are. That's why I'm not letting you do this. I'd rather deal with you hating me than losing one of the few good men I've come across. Short of telling the man everything he could do, he couldn't win this against someone who thought they were protecting him from himself. And even telling him everything might not help. Nothing in what Graydon had said or did spoke of someone who disliked magic and the people who wielded it. But nothing had shown he thought of them positively either. Tibbs couldn't risk finding out the man was simply good at keeping his dislike to himself. He rode away, Jimmy at his side. The young man looked over his shoulder and, in spite of the distance, spoke at a whisper. I'll go with you. Tibbs could have laughed at the absurdity of Jeremy. Jeremy thought having him tag along would help anything. He shook his head. Once everyone slapped, he'd deal with the bandit. And that concludes chapter 15 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up for free on Royal Road. If you want to support me and read ahead of that, the story is up about a dozen chapters ahead on Ream Story. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. The links are in the notes. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. I'll be right back. Hey, Sklo Gamer, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? There we are. Nice to see another fellow writer. Cool. What do you write? If you do not mind me asking. Supernatural fantasy. Cool. Um, when you say supernatural, okay, are you do you mean urban fantasy or fantasy stories with a stronger supernatural element? And I'm asking because to my mind, fantasy and supernatural are kind of the same thing or meld enough that I wouldn't think to split them apart. So I am curious. February 12th on this puts you 14th. There's a shape-shifting hellhound. Cool. That's been posted. And how is the writing coming along? You were going with werewolf at first, but they've decided to use a hellhound because you like the entity in Teen Wolf. Oh, cool series. Cool series. Not a fan of how it ended, but cool series. I enjoyed the series overall. The ending felt rushed to me. I have heard that there's a movie, or was going to be a movie, but I never looked into that. So, okay, so the movie did get made. Cool. Actor who plays Styles did not want to come back to the role. Many was upset about it. They mentioned him in the movie, made up a reason why he was away. Huh. Well, I mean, that's too bad because Styles is one of the interesting character in in the series. Um, I am curious as to why he decided not to come back. But, it's his decision. It's You think it was good? You don't want to spoil it, but it's sad that a great character was killed off. Okay, might have to look it up at some point then. Um, so you said you did the you have the outline for for a trilogy for your story. Are you still in the outlining phase, or have you started writing the actual story? You're rereading, editing, filling in places where you rushed for book one. Cool. Very cool. What I'm doing this morning for me is read and correct. It's an editing process that I use where I read out loud what I wrote, and the reason I do it is that I discovered that I catch a lot of the mistakes that otherwise slip by, because if I just read something, my mind doesn't actually see what's on the page. Uh, in part because I know so much about what's in the story that it tends to fill in the blanks. And reading it out loud will not catch everything. Like I've looked over text after doing a read and correct and come across mistakes still there that I don't understand how I read that out loud and never caught it, but I do catch more of them. So, and what I'm doing right now, the story I'm doing right now is Stepping Wild, and that is fantasy. That's pure fantasy, set in a dungeon core world. Before that, I was doing Read and Correct on a science fiction story. I like cats. I like tigers, but yes, I do like cats overall. I am very much a cat person. Alrighty, we will have a lady writes, welcome from YouTube. We will have an advertising, Stream Raider battle, and I will be right back with more Read and Corrects. Battle Station, everyone. Battle Station. We have 47 allies. We're going up against 40 enemies. Gator Paw starts us in the lead. JR's in second. Mavin is in third. Oh, right. These guys are all in a non-movement field, waiting for us to go deal with them. Wait, am I dead already? Oh, right. Spy. Yeah. Gator Paws is in first. Caboni is in second. Steam Girl is in third as we go for the last batch of enemies. And there they are in motion, coming to their death. And one last enemy who's dead. We have one. Gator Paws is in first place, 4 kill, 8 assist. Sholsa Mom is in second place with 8 assists. Caboni is in third, 1 kill, 7 assist. We've got gold, and the captain's not with us. We've got saints, we've got flag bearers, we've got nobody claiming those. So, Arctan Telemetros gets gold, Keister gets sanctified, and Mavin Maverick waves the flag. And we move on to an unknown battle on the way to the boss battle. And, yeah, going to be one of these. I don't think you're going to be of any use, but meh. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. Don't forget to link one of the books. The problem with YouTube is that there's no way to automate it. There's no way to make it simple. So I keep forgetting to do stuff on YouTube. It's there for people to... So, yeah. Alrighty. I will start another chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I will start the recording and see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Knights, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 16 of Stepping Wild. Tibbs's attempts, plural. Tibbs's attempts at dealing with the bandits on his own were thwarted by Jeremy. He set himself before the tent and never took his eyes off it. He was light enough of a sleeper that, no matter how quiet Tibbs was, even pulling the flap had woken the young man. He'd considered air to make himself completely silent, but he couldn't know if he was awake until he checked. If he'd been able to suffuse himself with darkness, he would have made it out regardless of sound or items. The way he had to move out of his way, since it caused people to not notice anything related to what he did. Now, the best his etching did was pull the surrounding shadows, and that, in and of itself, would be noticed. Jeremy was vengefully determined to ensure that Tibbs wouldn't be able to play hero without him, it seemed. So he'd resigned himself to going along with the others and slept the rest of the night. Graydon didn't let him go ahead to scout alone when they were close enough he considered it warranted, and he hadn't trusted Jeremy to prevent Tibbs from rushing into danger. So he'd made it clear that the only way he'd allow him to scout was if he went with Narkiar, the woman had spent years as a ranger for her king's army until something she wouldn't talk about had happened and she'd abandoned her post. Yeah, that's so here. I'm going to remove this one. He'd stayed with the group until the scouts confirmed where the camp was, then spent the trek there looking for a way to break off and run ahead. But even with a little sleep he had to have gotten, Jeremy was as alert as always and didn't leave Tibbs' side. Now, while waiting for the signal, he watched from cover as 24 people out of the 3 times that much he could sense went about work of keeping a camp this size functioning. It looked a lot like theirs had when they broke for the night. Jeremy and 2 others were hiding with Tibbs. Graydon had broken them into 6 groups, and the others were still taking position surrounding the camp. They dealt with the 3 sentries they'd encountered silently. Graydon's group was the one furthest from where they'd arrived, the last to get into position. It ensured everyone else. You know what? I don't need that. That pretty much is implied here. Furthest from where they'd arrived, it ensured everyone else would be in position when he gave the signal. Their orders were simple: kill them all. Bandits were a scourge on anyone traveling. The only way to discourage others from taking it up was to make sure it was more dangerous than any other job they could do to survive. When a kingdom acknowledged bandits existed within their borders, it was by offering a hefty reward for their heads. Tibbs didn't know this kingdom's position. What this kingdom's position was on them was. He didn't care about rewards, only keeping the caravan safe. The signal came in the form of a bird call, but it was out of the ordinary enough for the 3 bandits closest to Tibbs' group to go on alert as they broke cover. The earth etching, going from shoulder to hand, which would give him strength and protection, took most of the 2 reserves he'd prepared for the fight as they trekked. He'd filled 3 with metal, and a large part of that was in the etching that reinforced his leathers over his vital areas, to add air for when he needed a boost to boost his speed, and 1 fire for if he had to resort to drastic measures to keep the others alive. Explaining that one, if it came to it, would take some doing, but at least the camp had plenty of fire burnings to shift the blame to, and some of the cauldrons over them had to contain fats of if only to waterproof the tents, or could be believed to contain that if fire spread in an unnatural way when one was tipped over a fire. He barreled through the 3 on the defensive, putting them off balance for the others, and ran for the 6 who were only just realizing something was happening. 2 had swords, 1 a club, 1 an axe, and the other 2 spears, with only the club as a threat and his added protection. Tibbs wasn't worried. He still had to be careful. His armor couldn't end up damaged in a way he'd have to explain the lack of blood. He dispatched the first before the man was ready, and the added sharpness to his blade easily piercing through the hard leather. He took hold of the axe's head. Okay, I need to add. He took hold of the axe's head essence and nudged it aside as he turned, raising his shield to take the strike instead of his head. He stepped aside the coming sword, nudging it the rest of the way so it would miss him, as he shoved his shield into the axe holder's face. He momentarily split his attention to get a sense of the entire battle. The bandits were splitting up to deal with the groups, with some remaining behind, maybe as reinforcement. The bandits outnumbered them, but they lacked the training the guards had. He knocked the club as he turned and opened the sword wielder's stomach, continuing to turn to also cut the club holder open. He straightened, raising his sword to block the incoming one, then locked them together with essence, grinning at the woman. He turned it aside, released it, and raised his for the killing. His concentration shattered from the pain exploding in his shoulder. He stared at the arrow's stone tip, unable to comprehend how, more pain as his sword flew out of his hand from the club hitting it. He barely got his shield up to stop the sword. Unable to focus through the pain the motion caused his shoulder. He willed earth for strength, but the moment he pushed against the sword, the pain broke his concentration again, and he barely moved it. He stepped to the side, and the sword slid against his shield to hit the ground. Tibbs gritted his teeth through the pain and brought it down on the woman's head. The club got under his attempt at blocking it, and the pain to his side told him he'd broken bones without having to sense it. Why hadn't he kept a reserve for purity? He kicked at the man's leg, barely moving him without earth for strength. Then he slammed his shield in an attempt to give himself space to breathe. Only he sensed a sword coming at his back. He barely moved it, unable to fully grasp its essence, but it was enough to step out of the way and only have it scratch his armor. Motion warned him of an attack, but there was nothing there for him to grasp. His shield wasn't up fast enough and caught it on the edge, wrenching his arm painfully, and he staggered. He reached for earth, but another hit broke his focus, and he was on the ground. He grabbed the sword and swung it awkwardly because of the shield on his arm, but it was enough to gain him space. His etchings were gone, his reserve of earth nearly depleted, although there was plenty under him to call on, if he could only focus on that instead of the pain. With a scream, a woman ran at him, a club coming down. The shield took the hit, but the impact hurt all the way to his injured shoulder and side. With a scream of his own, he pushed through the pain and against her, a ball of air exploding to send her away. He needed a sense of the battle, had to make sure his allies were. She was on him again, and he raised his shield, only for her to stop short. The pain exploded in his leg, and he was on the ground. Pain again, his leg, his back. He needed to channel an element, bring this to an end, but they were all out of his reach. The pain continued once the blows stopped. Someone yelled, and Tibbs forced his way through the pain. There were feet around him, metal clanging against metal, other people screaming in pain. He needed to stop them, to push off the ground, but he couldn't move one arm. He sensed the stone tip, grabbed its essence, and pulled. The wooden shaft, scraping into his shoulder, shattered his concentration. He took hold of it again. He had to get it out. He couldn't heal it until the arrow was out of his shoulder. His will had no strength. A shadow moved closer, and Tibbs pulled his shield up, surprised at the lightness of his arm until it was the only thing between him and the young man looking down at him. He knew the man, but Tibbs couldn't remember his name. "Do something!" the young man demanded, and Tibbs laughed. He doubled over from the pain. Any attempt at focus was impossible. Fire would bring this to a definite end. He could breathe again. He knew there would be no survivor if he managed to unleash it in his state. He had enough focus. He could take hold of essence again, but there was little he could do without revealing himself. He nudged metal and stone away from his allies, turning death blows into glancing ones. When he thought he could do so safely, he channeled purity and set etchings on the worst of his internal injuries. He had to keep them small. He couldn't risk healing something visible and have to explain it. At least he could make splints around his broken shoulder and leg to keep those injuries from being worse. Then he focused on what he could do to keep his allies alive. A cry of pain was wrenched from him when Jeremy shook him. "Don't fall asleep. It's dangerous when you're this hurt." "I'm not asleep," he managed, and when the pain subsided, someone else screamed in pain, but he couldn't take hold of the metal to help them. He cursed the young man who was back to fighting, and Tibbs played his part in them winning this battle too. Jeremy offered him a hand, visibly in pain from the arrow in his leg, and someone moved him aside with a comment about sitting down before they had to cut the leg off. She picked Tibbs up and brought him along among the other injured. When he stood before him, Graydon was bloodied and cut. "Considering how eager you were to head off on your own, I expected you to fare better." "You did okay," Jeremy said, offended, and Tibbs would have laughed if not for the pain. "Until he lost his sword," someone said. Until someone had shot him and the wooden shaft had shattered his focus. How had he missed an archer? Of course, those would keep away from the fighting. "Don't you know how to fight without one?" Graydon asked, and Tibbs had trouble working out what he meant until he did. "I don't make a habit of losing it," he replied as a poor defense. The man muttered something unflattering, then turned. "Okay, anyone without serious injuries help the others to the road. We'll set up camp and wait for the caravan to reach us. Be on your guards. Some of these assholes ran, and a few are bound to come back thinking they can avenge their dead." "What about the dead?" someone asks. "If you think the elements are going to want their kind," Graydon replied, "you deal with burning them. As far as I'm concerned, they can rot and be lost forever." The response were quiet, but the overall tone was displeasure. Tibbs couldn't make out who felt like Graydon and who wanted to burn the bodies. "What about taking the heads?" someone else asked. "We can get a silver for each bandit's head if we bring to the city guards. They're going to be nothing more than skulls by the time we reach the city," the chief said. "But if you think you can convince them where they came from, you go ahead. Just make sure no one comes complaining about the smells." Graydon smiled as he offered Tibbs his hand. Tibbs could see the eagerness to comment on his state on the man's face, so he reached for the hand with his injured arm. The life splint kept the pain to something manageable. A woman gasped as Tibbs tentatively put weight on the leg wrapped in another splint. "I could have sworn they'd crushed it." only broken it in 3 places. Just looked like it. They weren't hitting all that hard. Then you help the injured. Graydon pointed to Jeremy. Start with your defender. The way his leg's bleeding, he's going to lose all of his blood before we reach the road. Sorry. Jeremy tried to stand. I'm fine, really. He wasn't. His essence was thinner than it should be, and it was still leaking out. The arrow's tip had missed the bone, but touched the channel in the leg that was more important than the other. He'd asked a scholar about it a long time ago. Why the essence was in channels when dungeon-made creatures had it everywhere, and having to listen to the intricacies of essence system in people had given him the kind of headache that ensured he'd never ask again. Doesn't matter how fine you are, Tib said. I'm not disobeying Gray. Stay seated so I can remove the arrow and bandage your injury. And take comfort. This means you get to sit around while the rest of us have to do all the work. And that concludes chapter 16 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it's up for free on Royal Road. If you want to support me and read ahead of that, we are about a dozen chapters ahead on Ream Story. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. I'll be right back. Atoll. Station, everyone. Battle station. We have 48 allies. We're going up against 33 enemies, and we are off. Decanizer takes the lead. Keister's in second. Fletcher Tony is in second. Keister's in third. Decanizer maintains the lead. Fletcher Tony is in second. Steam Girl is in third. And I believe we're done. We've won. Decanizer is in first place. 5 kill, 8 assist. Fletcher Tony is in second place. 1 kill, 6 assist. And Mavin Maverick is in third. 3 kill, 4 assist. We've got Lego heads, we've got busters, we've got nobody claiming those. So, Arcten Telemetros gets busted, Gator Paws gets Legos. And we move on to a moderate battle on the way to the boss. Jumping over there after this. And, yeah, let's try another Centurion. Why not? Let's have some fun. And in half an hour, we'll see how this turns out. Indeed, Decanizer. And I will do this morning's last chapter, confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio, confirming I'm on the correct screen, I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 17 of Stepping Wild. While waiting for the caravan, they burnt their dead. 3 of the guards had fallen to the bandits. Graydon had said a few words, and others, who'd considered them friends, added more. Tibbs had nothing to say. He was annoyed that he hadn't protected them. Reminding himself it had been impossible to keep track of everyone in the mess of faint essence the battle had been didn't help. He fought against blaming Graydon and Jeremy that if he'd been left to deal with them on his own, there would have been no death on their side. But they'd done what they thought best. Graydon, at least. Tip was still confident that Jeremy's determination was born of vindictiveness. The caravan's arrival was unjoyous. Too many injured. 3 deaths too many. Sanitas spent the rest of the day's travel seeing to the injured, of which Tibbs made sure he was among the last. How lucky he'd been was voiced often, but he let it go unchallenged. Now was not a time to point out this had been the result of good planning on Graydon's part and bad one on Tibbs. But having dealt with the worst of his injury before anyone could look him over meant he only had to limp for most of the trip until they reached the village, instead of well beyond that. Took 2 tellings for the battle to turn from the grim affair it had been to one of excitement and adventure. It hadn't been for the benefit of the children. On the 4th retelling, their overwhelming numbers were no longer spoken of somberly, but with challenge. The injuries showed with pride. The dead remembered last with a bowed head. I don't know. The dead remembered with a bowed head. By the time they reached the village of Iritel, the dead weren't mentioned anymore, and short of adding adventurers who'd come to their rescue, any bard could have been proud of what the story had become. As with the previous village, Iritel came into view as a wall, a wooden palisade no more than twice the height of a person, as protection against the unknown of the forest surrounding them. After speaking with who Tibbs expected was the village elder, Rigel led the wagons to an expanse of trampled grass between where the road bent away from the village and their wall. As soon as it was apparent there were enough recruits and volunteers to deal with setting up, Tibbs headed to the gate with a handful of veterans who didn't feel like working. "Where do you think you're going?" Gerda demanded, and Tibbs looked over his shoulder. Jeremy, 3 steps behind him, did the same and found the chief's gaze locked on him, stopping him. "With the others?" Tibbs was amused at the confidence in the tone. "No, you aren't. Recruits do the work. But there's already... You get back to work." "But Tyborg, he's not a recruit," Graydon replied. "But he still waited, ready to help, unlike you, who made sure no one noticed. What happened to all that eagerness to get underfoot until the pretense under the pretense of helping?" "Please, I'll work harder, I promise. I just want..." Graydon's resolve faltered, and Tibbs had no idea how Jeremy did it, but he had a knack for having people go along with what he wanted. But this time Tibbs wasn't letting it stand. "How about you do what you are hired on to do?" The young man would hang out around him the entire time, and Tibbs wanted to be on his own. "But..." Jeremy looked at the ground as Tibbs' expression turned severe. The work's part of what being a caravan guard is. It's going to be for a few hours. It's just going to be for a few hours. You'll have plenty of time to enjoy the village hospitality afterward." He sighed at the pitiful expression. "And if I'm back before you're done, I'll help with whatever's left of the work you've been assigned." "That isn't your job," Graydon said, expression firm again. Tibbs shrugged. "I just need to nurse a nail away from everyone. I won't be long, and you know I'd help anyway." Jeremy looked torn, but then headed towards the wagons. Under Graydon's watchful gaze, the others had waited for him by the gate. "You shouldn't be so nice to the boy," Lorenz said. "He's not going to learn anything with you always rescue him." "You mean like he was going to learn with you chopping off his hand for something he hadn't done?" "I know he took it." Lydia elbowed him. "Then why was it found in the satchel on your horse?" "Someone's covering for his man." Lauren glared at Tibbs, who rolled his eyes. "All I'm doing is making sure he doesn't have to deal with screwing up more than he can handle." They paused before the village guard, who didn't seem to know what to do with them, before motioning for them to enter. "It's his first time away from everything he's known. I wish there had been someone there to help me when I left home." "Why, Tibbs?" Even after all these years, the pain in Jekyll's voice, when Tibbs adamantly refused to let him run from the guild with him, hurt. He could have used his help, but his brother had someone more important to look after. "Coddling him isn't helping him," Fred said. "He's going to make a mess of whatever he's got to do without you around." Tibbs shrugged. "If he hasn't learned by then, he deserves what happens." He kept going when the others entered the tavern. The village was large enough it would have another. It might even have something else. He'd been surprised at how uncommon inns were. The one in Craggle Rock had been built while it was more tent than buildings. There were always some in the cities he traveled to when he was a runner, but transportation platforms meant a lot of people visited. It had turned out that villages needed to be large before they'd build one, and there had been town without inns. He'd been in village so small they hadn't even had taverns, just one of the villager cooking some. Cavern's merchant hadn't done much business there. Even if this village didn't have a second tavern, by the time he returned from his search, the others would be either drunk or the others would be drunk. Would either be drunk or have returned to the wagons. The other tavern was almost at the opposite end of the village. Close enough to the gate, he could see the path cutting into the forest. He didn't have a placard announcing what it was. He'd sensed the people, the water and corruption essence that made up most alcohols. This was reserved for the people of this part of the village and no one else. The crowd, filling half the table, barely took notice as he entered, and it wasn't until he reached the counter that the room fell silent. The barman was lean and eyed Tibbs warily, took a copper and placed it on the bar. "I'm with the caravan. I'll have one of your ales." The information didn't reassure the man, but he filled a tankard and handed it over before taking the copper. Tibbs sat at the furthest table. It wasn't basked. It was basked? Bathe. It wasn't covered with shadows due to the many windows and sunlight. Sun still high. But gave him a sense of aloneness that he increased with an etching of air that lowered the conversations to a soft hum. He wished he understood Jeremy's interest in him. Tibbs wasn't some hero of songs or even its villain, like some bards sang. There was nothing that much out of the ordinary about him, except maybe his willingness to help out. Jeremy wasn't alone in doing what he could to avoid that aspect of their duties. And on the whole, Tibbs didn't mind the young man and his questions. He appreciated curiosity, but at times it felt like the questions were asked because it was what should be done, not because Jeremy wanted to learn. It made him tiring to be around. He paid for a second ale and forced himself to savor it. Ale was as unique as the village that made them. Some libraries had books after books of ales, the places they came from and their flavors. Tibbs wouldn't be surprised if there was a scholar out in the world who could say where an ale came from after just a sip. He wasn't that person. Ale could be more or less. Ale could be more and less bitter from one place to the other. Sometimes he could tell there was something fruity or spicy or meaty, but he couldn't keep track of what he tasted where, and it wasn't what he was doing. Savoring this ale meant he didn't have to return to the caravan just yet, that he had more time to himself, more quiet. The woman who rushed in had a frantic expression and spoke with gesticulation to the towards the way she'd come. He undid the etching so he could hear her words. "In the forest!" The unease at what she'd said was palpable. Worried looks were exchanged, and some seemed to refuse to acknowledge she was there. "What's wrong?" he called. She hurried to his table. "My man went to get wood for the oven. He wasn't back when I went to bed, but it's happened before. But he wasn't there when I woke, and no one's seen him." "He went too deep," a woman whispered, then hurried to look away as Tib glanced in her direction, hoping for more information. "He wouldn't." "Please sit." He motioned to the barman when he delivered the ale. He seemed wary of her as much as of Tibbs, as if she'd been tainted by whatever had happened to her man. He handed her the tankard, and she drank half of it in quick gulp. Why wouldn't he go too deep? She lowered the tankard in her voice. "He knows that's dangerous." She glanced left and right. That it's where it is. Where what is? She hesitated. The monster, a man said, then spat. Tibbs looked at the others the near uniform fear on their face. Monsters, the way Bart sang about them, were rare. In all his years of traveling, Tibbs had only encountered one, and it had taken years of piecing together overheard conversation and research before he'd been confident enough to go looking. It had been nothing like the songs. Lean and short, its skin had been mostly scales with patches of fur, four clawed fingers on each hand with fingers broken off. There was no blood, no red flesh or bone. If he hadn't sensed the uniform life essence in it, the sight of the mass. Okay. Of the exposed mass, the color of sun-bleached bone, would have told them this was a dungeon-made creature. It attacked on sight, and he had been stronger than it looked, more ferocious than he'd expected, but he defeated it. It hadn't crumbled into nothingness, as those within Stowe did, and hadn't left loot behind. He hadn't known what to do with it, and when it wouldn't burn, he used raw purity to return its essence to where they should go, be that the dungeon that made it or the elements themselves. But it wasn't just dungeon-made creatures or those out of Bart's songs that were dangerous. Animals of the forest could be as monstrous as any creatures to those who weren't equipped to deal with them. What can you tell me about this monster? She shook her head, and he looked around. No one's seen it, an older man said. Then how do you know there's something, and that her man didn't just lose his way? It's taken others. Someone he couldn't find whispered, but the fear was real. 10 years or so since it started taking them. Took years before people learned not to go far anymore. Stay by the road, we warned them, but some don't listen. Enough had moved as he spoke that the woman was visible, ancient-looking, hands tremblings around her tankard. Do you know what direction your man went? Aren't you listening, boy? The ancient woman said, looking at him fearfully. But it's just been a night and part of the day. He might just be lost. He's dead, she spat. I'm sorry, Carla, but you know that's what happens when they go in and don't come back. It got him. All I need is a direction, Tibbs said. I'll go look. If this monster gets me, then it isn't one of you who died. I'd never send anyone there, a man snapped. Not even someone I want to see dead. It's too horrible. Someone saw it? What does it look like? With a description, he might be able to work out which animal it was. There were some scary ones out there. His first bear had left him certain he was fighting a dungeon-made creature in spite of the bleeding when he cut it. The only reason Tibbs had survived the fight was his abundant use of purity. Wolves, too, could be monstrous dogs that went wild and vicious. Anything people weren't used to was easy to interpret as a monster. It's long, someone said, like a serpent of the sea. No, it's short and stocky, a woman countered, like a rock that's been given legs and arms and fangs. It's covered in fur, the brown of dirt, another said. It prowls low, ready to pounce on anyone who gets too close. What such varied description told him was that no one had seen it. He studied the woman seated before him, while arguments over who had the correct description erupted. How do I go too deep? He asked. She shook her head vehemently. Maybe the talk had her scared. To send him in, don't need that. Even with the hope of rescuing your man. I grew up hunting, he told her. Whatever is there, I'll deal with it. And did he really want to promise something he couldn't guarantee? Whatever happened to him, I'll bring your man back to you. He could promise to bring the body back, at least. She swallowed. When you leave the gate, the road turns zenith. 100 pace, you go off the road towards the sunset. The closest person to have taken was 500 paces in. He placed a hand on hers. I will find him. He rose and left the tavern. The lone guard at the gate remained leaning against the wall as Tibbs walked by. He suspected that if the man had recognized him as a resident, he'd have asked after him. But if a stranger wanted to go lose himself, he wasn't going to care. 500 paces could take a long time to cross and not actually be that distance. If those taken weren't found, how did anyone know how deep they'd been? Or that they'd been taken? Getting lost among trees was easy. It had happened to him when fleeing the guild. Each time it had been harrowing. He'd never felt in danger. He didn't know enough, and the runs were still fresh in his mind as the most danger the world had to offer. And he hadn't encountered anything back then to contradict that, but there had been times, without being able to sense people as far as he pushed his sense, when he wondered if they would ever end. He walked, sensing animals ahead of him, the people in the village, and the caravans. He kept his distance from the larger animals as he searched for a person's essence. He wasn't here to fight, just to find a, hopefully, lost man. And that concludes chapter 17 of Stepping Wild. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it's up for free on Royal Road. If you want to support me and read ahead of that, we are about a dozen chapters ahead on Ream Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. I'll be right back. Battle station, everyone. I kind of wonder if they'll get sped up too. Battle station. We have 39 allies. We're going up against 49 enemies, and we are off. Mana Deity was in first place. Shadowseer takes that over. Sigma's in second. Mana Deity is in third. I'm not even on the board again. Oh wait, no, I'm at the top. I'm in first place. And let's see, we're done. I got 2 assists. Mr. Shadowseer is in first place. 1 kill, 7 assists. That Dork Tigris is in second place. 2 kill, 5 assists. And Mana Deity is in third, tied with Sigma OS, 6 assists each. We've got gold, and the captain's not there. We've got saints that no one is claiming, so that Dork Tigris, Mavin Maverick get gold. Mrs. Hyde gets sanctified. And we move on to a moderate battle on the way to the boss. And, alright, let's go back here. And half an hour to see how this turns out. Hey, Bob, welcome to the stream. Happy New Year to you too. Yeah, got a run and run. Very cool. Thank you for dropping by. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Definitely feels like a fun thing to do. Alrighty, I'm going on break. It's time for me to take my break. So, to my lunch. So I will do my best to return within 30 minutes. Sorry, within 20 minutes in time to run the battle. If I cannot, I will see you all when I get back from lunch. All station. One battle station. We have 32 allies. We're going up against 28 enemies, and we are off. The Sarge is in first place. Keister was in second. JR is in second. Tigris is in third. Sarge is in first. Tigris is in second. Maverick is in third. Sorry. And what do we have here? Not all that much. I've fallen off the board, I think. Yep. And we're done. We've won. Sergeant K Dog is in first place, 1 kill, 6 assists. Maverick is in second place, 2 kill, 3 assists. And that dog Tigris is in third, 3 kill, 1 assist. We've got gold and no captain. We've got bust bombers that no one is currently claiming. So that dog Tigris gets gold and JR 926 gets bombed. And we move on to a hard battle on the way to the boss. And if I go back here, let's go here. Alright, half an hour to see how this turns out. Alrighty, this afternoon it is the last detour. It's going to be chapter 5. I'm slightly unsure what's going to happen here. Oh. So, what does What does informing Zephyr, what does that look like? A flower heart, welcome to the stream. So you watch Wuthering Heights, the first day high school. It's bad. Hopefully it was at least instructive. They made Nellie a mean girl. I know nothing about Wuthering Heights, so by what you say, I get the feeling she shouldn't be. But beyond that, I do not know who she is. I do not know the role she plays in the story. Atoll Station. One battle station. We have 30 allies. We're going up against 36 enemies. Keister's in first place. Deccanizer's in second. Mrs. Hyde is in third. JR takes over third place. Keister's in first. Deccanizer's in second. JR still in third. We've got 3 enemies left. And we're done. We've won. Keister is in first place, 6 kill, 1 assist. Decanizer is in second place, 7 assists, and Mrs. Hyde is in third, 6 kills. We've got gold, no captain. We've got musketeers, we've got centurions, we've got nobody claiming them. So, Keister gets shielded. Sergeant Kate Dog gets gold, get a crack, gets a musket. Or 2. And we move on to a hard battle before the boss. And, why not? Actually, you know what? There doesn't seem to be anything. Bleep this. Let's just try it and see what happens. If I don't put a tank unit, there's no way I can, there's no chance of me getting tank assists. So let's try this. Alrighty, half an hour to see how this turns out. The lady writes, welcome to the stream from YouTube. How are you doing today? How is your day coming along? having a second writing. Cool. The stream's going well. It is a quiet one. Hmm. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 36 allies. We're going up against 21 enemies, and we are off. Well, I got an assist. Hopefully, it's a tanking one. Pipa Snick is in first place. Sigma takes that over. Keister is in second. No, Nanonic is in first. Keister is in second. Sigma's in third. And all we've got is the boss, I guess, which shows some kills. And we're done. We've won. Nanonic is in first place. 1 kill, 7 assists. Keister is in second place. 3 kills, 2 assists. And Sigma OS is in third. 5 assists. We've got gold. And the captain's not there. And nobody's claiming the Shinobi. So Jamas gets gold. Sigma OS gets the Shinobi. And we move on to the boss battle. And, wow, lots of assassins. Couple of them. No, that's ranged. Alright, well, I'm going to put down a monk. Because, honestly, at this point, I don't think it's even worth bothering with a tank assist. And I need to clear quest. I'll be back in a moment. You've got a new PC, Kiki Hot. Congratulations. I hope that it lives up to what you need it to do. you're about to set up, clean your room. Cool. Good luck. Battle station. Everyone. Battle station. We have 33 allies. We're going up against 25 enemies. Sigma's in first place. JR's in second. The Lady Wrights is in third. And what do we have left? The boss plus a few others. And we're done? Oh, no, there's one left. Now we're done. We've won. JR 926 kills the has 3 kill, 2 assist, is in first place. Sigma is in second place, 4 assist, and Helpful Onion is in third place with 2 assist. We've got gold and still no captain. We've got Centurions that no one is claiming. Show, Mavin Maverick, and Catacrack gets shielded. Hinky gets gold. And we've cleared the map. Moving on to the next one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Huh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 is theirs. We start with an easy battle on the way to the boss. Actually, what is this? Yeah, that's all. Wait a minute. Wait. Okay, you still got 25 minutes. Alrighty, it is past 2 p.m. Time for me to visit the shop where Monk get purchased. I am above 20k. I got a refresh. I'm above 25. I got another refresh. I'm above 30. And that is that. For an hour to see how this turns out. And to visit the viewer side, a shop where archers get purchased. I am above 50k. I got a refresh. I'm above 55. I got another refresh. I'm above 60. Come on. If the refresh ever happens, I'll get it. There we go. Wait, what? Really? Oh, well, I'm not going forward. It refreshed the cost, but did not change the selection. Even the one I purchased is still there. Oh, well, we're going to leave it there. You're still active. Something, so you're still active and can redeem more points. Okay. I'm getting distracted by a conversation on Discord. Also, this chapter's a little iffy. So, You think you've crafted your characters, how your character in relation to each other, dynamic and backstory. Very cool. Congratulations. Toll station, everyone. Battle station. We have 33 allies. We're going up against 42 enemies. Sigma's in first place. Ginger Gamer is in second. Mrs. Hyde is in third. Ginger Gamer is in first. Sigma's in second. Mrs. Hyde is in third. Oh boy, a lot of people kill epics. Manadieti, Darth Torlin, me, and wait, too many others. A lot of epics on this map. Mrs. Hyde is in first place, Ginger Gamer is in second, Sigma OS is in third, and with that, we're done. We've won. Mrs. Hyde is in first place, 13 kills. Ginger Gamer's in second place, 10 assists. Sigma OS is in third with 9 assists. We've got rogues, we've got busters, we've got nobody claiming them. So, Helpful Onion gets busted, Ginger Gamer gets robbed. And we move on to an easy battle for the last battle of the day. Wow, not a lot of enemies on this map. So that's 4, no, 2 left. Seven, so I've got 9 left, and I've got 2 full days. Oh, I'm fine. I'll be able to finish that. No problem. Alrighty. Half an hour to see how this turns out. Before coming home, James Lapin, yesterday, 120 words. Congratulations. And welcome to the stream. Before coming home today, 243 words. Congratulations. Consider yourself hugged back twice, James. Battle station, everyone. Battle station. We have 31 allies. We're going up against 7 enemies. Not even one generator among that. Bionic Vapor, hello, welcome to the battle, is in first place. Sigma's in second. Darth is in third with the Star Battalion. Lucy, Darth have killed Epics. Darth kills another one. And we're done. We've won. Darth Torlin is in first place with 5 kills. Bionic Vapor is in second place, 1 kill, 4 assists, and Sigma OS is in third with yet another icon for assist. We've got archers that no one is claiming, so Nat 059 and Lucy get shot. And that brings the battling to an end for today. And tomorrow morning, we've got the boss to look forward to. So, placement will start at 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time for a hard battle. I hope to see you then. And with my writing done, I will bring the stream to an end with a raid to EJ Sean. EJ Sean. Well, thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Stepping Wild, and in the afternoon, The Captain's Heart. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it arrives.